Good morning. If you could start to take your seats, please. And we're filling up the seats. If there are empty seats next to you, raise your hand so people coming in can see where there's some available seating. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and start then. Welcome back to the 2017 CSU Bakersfield University Day as we kick off our year of inspiring excellence and transforming lives. I'm Provost Jenny Zorn, and it's my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the fourth president of CSU Bakersfield, who's beginning his 14th year as our president, Dr. Horace Mitchell.
Thank you, Jenny, and good morning, everyone. All right. It has been my privilege and honor to serve with you as president of CSU Bakersfield over the past 13 years. And as Jenny said, this is the beginning of year 14. I welcome each of you, our new, continuing, and returning faculty and staff from the Bakersfield campus, as well as our faculty and staff from CSU Bakersfield Antelope Valley. Yes. And all of our students. And I also want to acknowledge those who are watching us and joining us this morning via live stream. Before I begin my remarks, I want to take a minute to introduce our First Lady, my wife, Barbara Mitchell. We will actually celebrate our 51st wedding anniversary on Monday. And thank you, Barbara, for your love and support and your service to our faculty, staff, students, and community. Thank you very much. I want to introduce members of the President's Cabinet who are here. First, you've already met Dr. Jenny Zorn, our Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs. Dr. Thomas Wallace, our Vice President for Student Affairs, is unable to be with us today, and he's being represented by Dr. Jim Dernick, the Associate Vice President for Student Affairs. Mr. Tom Davis, Vice President for Business and Administrative Services and CFO. Mr. Victor Martin, Vice President for University Advancement and Executive Director of the CSUB Foundation. Dr. Evelyn Young Spath, Chief of Staff to the President. Ms. Claudia Katota, JD, Assistant to the President for Equity, Inclusion, and Compliance. Also with us both today and tomorrow is Ms. Chelsea Epps, JD, our Campus Counsel. I hope everyone had an enjoyable summer with some time for relaxation, to enjoy the company of family and friends, to be re-energized, and for renewal of your spirit. As I do each year, I ask you to please join me in a moment of silence as we honor the memory and spirits of members of our campus community our families, our extended families, and our larger community who have passed away since our last University Day program. Ashe, and thank you. University Day gives us the opportunity to come together to reflect on our progress to date, to identify the significant challenges and opportunities ahead, and to outline our priorities and plans for the future. It reinforces our tradition of working collaboratively toward the continued advancement of our vision for excellence in serving our students and community. As I did last year, I want to take a moment now to let each of you know how proud I am of you and what we have all accomplished together over these past 13 years. Our campus culture has continued to be characterized by a sense of community and a commitment to organizational excellence. As we have worked together to address issues, resolve problems, make progress, and plan for a sometimes uncertain future. There have been excellent partnerships among our academic Senate colleagues, faculty and staff unions, staff forum, ASI, the Alumni Association, our foundation board, and Community Advisory Council, and other community partners. I would like to ask everyone to please stand to give each other and yourselves a standing ovation. Thank you. Very well deserved. In doing introductions, I know, or I think, we have a guest here that I saw coming up, but I haven't seen him in the room, and that is our brand new member of the CSU Board of Trustees, who is a CSUB alumnus, and that's Mr. John Nyland. Okay, maybe he was just passing by. All right. Please join me in thanking the University Day Planning Committee and its chair, Provost Zorn, for their time and diligence in organizing our activities for the week. Would the committee members please stand, if they can? Please stand. I want all the members of the committee to please stand. Okay, thank you very much. As you can see, our theme for this year is Inspiring Excellence, Transforming Lives. That process starts at the very beginning when we welcome new freshmen and transfer students into the university at our new student convocation. This is our formal introduction of new students into this learning community while we express our expectations for student learning, including encouraging them to always strive for excellence in their academic work, our collective commitment to facilitating their success, and we also inspire them with our belief in their potential to graduate from the university. This Inspiring Excellence and Transforming Lives continues throughout their engagement with our faculty and academic programs, our advising and academic support services, their engagement in our co-curricular programs and activities, and with their peers in student clubs and organizations. Upon graduation, they will be prepared to transform not only their own lives, but the lives of their families, which in turn involves an extension into our community and transforming other lives. Now, there are several topics which will be covered in more detail by Provost Zorn in her presentation shortly, so I'll touch on some of those only briefly. So let me begin. There's a fairly long list, but I'm going to make this as short as possible. First, I want to thank you for your outstanding work in preparing for our quarter to semester conversion. Because we were well prepared, the conversion went off very, very smoothly. At the same time, however, in any kind of major transformation such as this, there are unintended consequences that come up, and some of those have been noted. And Provost Zorn and the faculty and deans are working on addressing those in such a way that they will be covered in what is now our second year in the semester format for our academic calendar. With the appointment of 5 permanent deans and 1 permanent vice chancellor during the past year, we now have a full complement of deans and vice presidents. People couldn't believe last year when I said we had 4 of our deans left, and the 5th one was interim. And I said to people, this was not a planned mutiny. It was just that there was a set of coincidences where people had other opportunities. And so we are very pleased that we now have been able to fill all of those positions. And in each instance, as a result of national searches, we've been able to select our top candidates for every single position. And several of those were interim appointees who were made permanent, and then we have 2 new deans who are recruited from other institutions. They'll be introduced a little bit later, and so I won't introduce them now. The provost will do that. During last year, we received final WASC approval to have our joint doctoral program in educational leadership with Fresno State be transferred into or transformed into what is now an independent CSUB doctoral program in educational leadership. It is our first ever independent doctoral program. And I want to congratulate everybody in social sciences and education and faculty in the Academic Senate who have been involved in that. In addition, our engineering programs are now going through the process for initial accreditation by the Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology, known as ABET. An institution must graduate its first class from such programs before they can be considered for accreditation. And we have now done that. And thank you, Dean Madden. And that process, as I understand it, is moving along well. We're also moving forward toward greater internationalization of our campus by welcoming more international students, expanding student and scholar exchange programs, and reemphasizing to our own students how it is that they can enrich their educational experience by being involved in CSU study abroad programs. And you'll hear much more emphasis on that a little bit later. Of course, one of our most significant system-wide and campus initiatives is Graduation Initiative 2025. There is a system-wide advisory committee and an advisory committee on each campus. Our committee is chaired by Provost Zorn, and it has already been very active in developing plans for our campus. The committee will update the campus on an ongoing basis. I want to mention that last year there were 3 campus initiatives that we funded for the year. A student employment initiative so that more students can work on campus, which would likely lead to their being available for meetings with their faculty members, to go to study groups and to hear speakers and such. The second, and we allocated $250,000 across the campus for that, and we'd encourage all of you to look at possibility for hiring students in your area. Now, we don't want to obviously affect any agreements in terms of labor contracts, and so you might touch bases with Human Resources, Kelly Garcia and her staff, just to make sure that what you're proposing to hire a student for is not something that would otherwise be done by a staff member. So we want to make sure about that. The second initiative has been a faculty and staff professional development initiative. And for this initiative, we've also allocated $250,000 across the campus. And we really want to encourage engagement in these kinds of professional development opportunities. We want to make sure that our staff at every level can improve their skills so that they can not only be even better in their current positions, but they become candidates for the next level position as well. As an educational institution, I always want us to see our staff having opportunities, our staff being promoted, and that's one of the goals of the Professional Development Initiative. Also, last year we had a classroom renovation initiative, and a lot has been done already, and some changes you'll see in the next several weeks. But this has been very important because this is a great educational environment, and we want the physical environment to mirror that. Now, in addition to those three initiatives, this year we're considering an additional initiative which would involve the renovation and update of labs that are used for teaching and research. So we'll have to get some more information from the deans and the provost about that so that we can decide on what is the scope of what we will be able to do with our available resources. But we know that our labs have fallen behind in many places, and we're wanting to update those. All right, let me now turn to some other key issues, first of which is our 2017-18 budget. You probably heard that in its March 2017 meeting, the Board of Trustees passed a $270 per year tuition increase for undergraduates and similar increases for other student classifications. These fee increases, tuition increases, were contingent. That is, if the state funded the full Board of Trustees request, then the tuition increases would be rescinded. But as you know, that didn't happen, and so we were not fully funded, and so the tuition increases were implemented as of this fall. And so that's been something that the trustees have not done in about 7 years in terms of a fee increase. And the primary planned use for the income from the tuition increase is to fund Graduation Initiative 2025. Our budget allocation for 2017-18 has a permanent increase of $7.8 million. That sounds like a pretty good increase. However, $5.7 million of that increase is being used to cover staff and faculty compensation and benefit increases. So the bulk of that money was allocated to us to cover those particular expenses. In addition to that, we're using about $500,000 for utilities and new space. And that leaves us for further allocation only $1.6 million. And last year, as part of our 2-year budget setting priorities and for resource allocation, we made the decision that we would continue our efforts in adding more tenure-track faculty to increase our tenure density, and we committed that we would provide $1 million each year to continue that as long as those funds became available to us. And so of the $1.6 million that's not used up in mandatory costs, we're using $1 million for new faculty tenure track positions, and the other 600,000 we're using for additional enhancements in our information technology roadmap plan. And so that means that there are no additional permanent dollars available for allocation this year. Now, in addition to our permanent allocation, we also had an allocation of $3.1 million of one-time funds to be used for the Graduation Initiative 2025 and other designated or restricted expenditures, right? And so we're at a flat stage in terms of additional resources at this point in time, but the decisions that we've made will continue to advance the campus. And over the last several years, we've had reasonably good budgets, and so we've been able to allocate monies to all of the divisions across the university so that we moved up from the period when we had almost 7 straight years of budget reductions. We're not where we need to be, but we're in better shape than we have been in for a while. Turning to fundraising and university advancement, last year we made a major change in the leadership of university advancement and subsequently hired Victor Martin as the new vice president. In addition, we've hired a number of other staff in university advancement, and I'll mention just 2 of those, and other people will be introduced later. We hired a new director of public affairs and communications, and very recently, a new director of development. For a while, Victor was in both roles, vice president and director of development. Excuse me. During the year, an increased focus has been placed on communication, and campus communicators have formed a group, and they've been working with the public affairs team to better coordinate the communication of activities and successes. In addition, many of you have seen a visual identity and branding committee has formed to help establish and clearly articulate the university's brand, both internally and externally and beyond our own community. And there's some other achievements as well. So our fundraising continues to be strong. We had a little bit of a dip last year because of the changes that we made in the division, but Victor is providing outstanding leadership, and I'm certain that that will bounce back this year. In terms of contracts and grants, we continue to do extremely well. And it's interesting because a lot of times people don't realize the volume of contracts and grants for research and other activities. Thank you very much. But as the provost points out, we're something like number 19 in size of CSU campus, and we ranked number 5 in the system in STEM-related contracts and grants, which is pretty significant. And there's more detail about that you can get later. I don't want to go too far into some of the details. I think most of you might have noticed that we've opened up a new building on campus. Anybody notice that? All right. It is the new Humanities Office and Classroom building, and I think that the emerging informal name for it is the Humanities Complex. All right. So we'll use that for now. And that building is a long-awaited building. Whenever the chancellor was on campus, the CFO, and the attorney, I'd always take them to Faculty Towers and point out that while it says Faculty Towers, it is a 40-some-year-old 3-story wood frame building that had seismic and ADA deficiencies. And so about 3 years ago, I told Chancellor White that this is now on my bucket list. And he worked with us on this, and we actually put in $2.3 million of campus carry-forward funds to move that project up on the Board of Trustees priority list. And so faculty have now moved into that building, and that building has 56 faculty and staff offices and 3 large classrooms. This is really important for us because by having larger classrooms, we could eliminate the need for multiple sections of some courses by having slightly larger classroom size. So that project is really important to us, and as part of that, we're adding, if you've noticed, an additional parking lot, and that parking lot will have an additional 234 spaces, and that will help with our parking problem. We've also been in a process for prioritizing new academic buildings in response to a request from the Chancellor's Office to submit proposals to be included in the Board of Trustees' 5-year capital improvement program. And the provost, along with the deans and the dean of the library, were very involved in looking at the next set of proposed buildings. And in that discussion, there were 3 buildings that came forward out of that process, one of which is an Energy and Engineering Innovation Center, and that building is scheduled to be in the space between Science 3 and the Health Service. And that's been on our campus master plan now for several years. We're just moving a little bit closer to being able to move forward with it. The board has not made any decisions about this yet, but this is one of the things we put forward. Another building that we put forward, or that we discussed rather, was a social and behavioral sciences building. And here there are a number of programs that are housed in the education building and DDH that would be moved to this social and behavioral sciences building. The third building that came forward out of the priority setting exercise was a 2-story building with state-of-the-art spaces that would support the public relations, journalism, digital media, film, general education, theater, music, and liberal studies programs. All 3 of these are obviously important to the further development of our campus, and all of them at some point will be built. The question is, what is the priority for getting those? There was a very rigorous process that was used in determining which building, what the order of priority would be, and a lot of that information is on the website for academic programs that Dr. Harper oversees, and you can take a look at that. And as a result of the prioritization process, the first building that we're proposing to the Board of Trustees is the Energy and Engineering Innovation Center. The others are still on the list, but the way this works is it's not enough for us to say we'd like to have this building, because nowadays the state no longer pays for academic buildings. The state used to pay for academic buildings. Now we have one budget, which is for operations and capital projects. And as a part of that, campuses are expected to make contributions to whatever project the campus wants. And so this is a process, again, that goes before the Board of Trustees, and of course, they make the final decision in that regard. So our faculty and staff who were involved in the development of those priorities, we want to thank you for that. And sometimes it's easy to say, well, you know, they didn't support my building. It's not that we didn't support the buildings. We're supporting all 3 of those buildings. It's just that one of them has to be the one that is put forward first. And part of the way we can establish the need for those buildings is to demonstrate that our current buildings don't have the capacity to accommodate either the growth in our enrollment or the growth in our academic programs. And so if we look at engineering, that has been one of our fastest growing academic programs since we started those programs about 4 to 5 years ago, and that's why we want to start there. I know some might say yes, but SSE has been the largest for a long time. That's true. And certainly arts and humanities has a number of needs that they have talked about as well. And in that regard, I just want to mention that one thing that we're missing on campus is that we have, in terms of large group attendance, either the Doré Theater or the Accardo Center. We have nothing in between, all right? And so we're looking to develop a way to have another space that would accommodate maybe 1,000 people or so. One part is that our students have been looking at the possibility, it's not a plan at this point, the possibility of doing a referendum to enlarge the student union. And if they decide to do that, one option we might have is to look at providing some support for the kind of space that would give us an additional option on the campus. Again, they haven't decided that just yet, but that's something that is important. I want to take just a few minutes to talk about some issues related to diversity, inclusion, civility, and free speech. And in particular, this year we saw on the campus of the University of Virginia at Charlottesville some demonstrations. And those demonstrations, as you have seen on TV, involved the Ku Klux Klan there. It involved white supremacists, white nationalists, and people carrying swastikas and such. And, you know, we always talk about freedom of speech. And at the university, freedom of speech is a very, very important part of the ethos of the university. At the same time, there is some speech that is hate speech and other speech that's so inconsistent with our values, we still can't prevent it from occurring, but we need to pay attention to the circumstances that surround certain kinds of events. And we always have to make decisions that are content neutral about who the speaker is. And our campus council is sitting right here, and these are items that she's talked to us about in terms of navigating what is a very difficult political climate around the country, while at the same time continuing to espouse the values that are important to us. And so we have continued to do that. And I would tell you, and I'm not alone in saying this, that some people have been less than impressed with Donald Trump's responses to these issues, and I'm not intending to be political at all, but just that his responses have not indicated presidential leadership, okay? And I won't say, thank you. Thanks. These are difficult times, and we have to be very smart and very careful about how we do these things. There's a lot more that I was going to say about this, but I'll just say one thing, and that is that many of you have been hearing about a group called, a movement really, called the Alternative Right, or alt-right. And these are individuals who have a certain idea about what society ought to be like, and it's from a white nationalist and white supremacist point of view. Chelsea shared with us recently a publication from the Southern Poverty Law Center that has a good description of the intent of groups like this And I think we will share that across the campus so that everyone can understand what this group or these groups really are all about and what it is that our students should know as they are approached by those individuals to have speakers here on campus. And as I said last year, as we talk about these issues and possible conflicts, we would do well as a campus community to remember our core values, which we adopted several years ago. And two of those are this. One, nurturing a civil and collegial environment that values the diversity of persons and ideas. And two, engaging one another with respect, trustworthiness, ethical behavior, and self-reflection. And so those are values we've already adopted, and we are further institutionalizing these, and we've now developed a set of CSUB guiding principles which have been vetted by the Academic Senate as well as faculty and staff groups and student groups. And we will be posting this list of guiding principles throughout the campus in every classroom as a way of reminding people what we're all about and what we want to see in this educational environment. In addition, I believe we all of us, should evidence our understanding of how multiple worldviews intersect in our global, national, and certainly local environments, and how to anticipate and address in positive ways some possible consequences of the diversity of perspectives and lived experiences among members of our society. As I move toward a conclusion, I want to invite everyone to be involved in the activities of our week of welcome with our students, and particularly want you to be involved in the new student convocation, which will happen on Sunday at 2 p.m. here in the Icardo Center. It's a very significant ceremony, and I think you would enjoy being involved in it. And before I take some questions, there is one announcement that I want to make. And that announcement is that I have decided to retire at the end of the 2017-18 academic year, effective June 30th, 2018. And while I've been contemplating this decision for some time, I would tell you that there's no particular precipitating circumstances that have led me to make this decision. I'm not sick, and the family's fine, and Barbara's fine, and so it's just that I felt that this is the time. One of my former colleagues once said that being a university president, you have what he refers to as a, quote, infinity job. And what he means by that is that the job is never ending. There's always something more to be done, and I certainly agree with that. At the same time, I think for all of us, and whatever job we have is likely to be an infinity job, and we just have to decide at what point we're satisfied that, yes, there's more that could be put on the list, more that could go on the bucket list, etc. But there's a time when we say, okay, this is the right time. And so I've made this announcement at this time so that the chancellor would have an opportunity to do the national search for the next president of CSUB, such that that person can be in place by July 1 of next year. And so this is certainly a significant decision on my part, and my always supportive wife, Barbara, has said that I should retire whenever I get ready to retire, and only then. And so she's never pushed me in any direction, but as a retired educator, and she would say semi-retired, because she says she can't fully retire until I retire because of her ongoing First Lady responsibilities. At the same time, I do know that she's comfortable with this decision as well. Also, just a couple of things. I've been president here at CSUB about twice the national average tenure of American university presidents. It used to be about 10 years, then it became 8, 7, and now it's about 6.5, and still going down. And for me, this coming year, as we've said, will be year 14. And in addition, June 30th, 2018 will mark the end of a 50-year career for me. Yeah, I do look that old, I know. Barbara doesn't, but I do. and so it just seemed like the right time. 50 years seems like a good stopping point. Also, and very importantly, I believe we've made significant progress toward the achievement of our vision of excellence in serving our community and our students. And I would tell you that it has been my great pleasure, honor, and privilege to serve with you, our outstanding faculty, staff, and administrators over the past 13 years. And I have enjoyed doing so. We have been dedicated to inspiring our students and transforming their lives. Chancellor White will issue a press release about my announcement as soon as Evelyn gives them the word to press the button, because we didn't want that to go out ahead of my informing the campus community first. And we'll also send out a campus press release through University Advancement Public Affairs and Communications. That will go out shortly as well. And so this is quite a change, I know, and I certainly wanted to let the cabinet know ahead of time. And we had discussions yesterday about it. It's not a whole lot of ahead of time because we didn't want this information to get out before it could come out formally from us, and that's why we haven't said much about it. Now, that having been said, I will still be here, okay, throughout the 2017 2017-18 academic year. Thank you. And I will be fully engaged in everything that we're doing. I'm not retiring today. I'm retiring at the end of June. So let's continue our important work together in serving our students and community as we address significant issues, challenges, and opportunities that lie ahead, and so that we position the university for a remarkable future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And again, I'm not leaving now, so. All right. I'm going to invite Provost Zorn to come back.
Stay for a minute.
Stay for a minute?
Mrs.
Okay.
Mitchell, can you join us, please? On behalf of the university, we wanted to present you with some flowers, Mrs. Mitchell,
Her
for everything
favorite
you've
flowers,
done. Yes.
yellow roses.
And we thought an arrangement for you was more appropriate was candy.
I can use the energy. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Well, all 51 years, he has always given me yellow roses, so these are very special. Thank you.
I would just have a few comments to say about President Mitchell. We will be spending this year and having a lot of opportunities to thank him and show him our appreciation. But in the few hours that we have been aware of this decision, I just thought of a few things that we can think of that are the legacy that he leaves for our campus. And he's mentioned many of them here today. Certainly the humanities complex, but that is just the latest in the buildings that we have seen come on during his time. The engineering programs that are very central to this region. The EDD program, very important for this region. Just a couple of examples of the curriculum changes that we brought under his leadership. He has brought us to the national stage in our Division I athletics, has brought us on the national arena. We have now surpassed 10,000 students in the past year. He has worked to build and strengthen collaborations and relationships in the community. He, a first-generation college student himself, has always been student-centered. Whenever I've been in meetings with him, whenever I hear him speak, we all hear him focused on the students. He's dedicated to all students. He's a man of integrity, honesty, and heart. And he's a visionary leader who inspires others. We've been very fortunate to have him as a president. In his comments today, his presidential comments on diversity and the things that we need to carry forward in our world, we've been very fortunate to have you. And now I'd like to invite to the podium other campus leaders to provide a welcome greeting on behalf of the represented groups. And I'm sure the press is interested in speaking with the president, so he's going to be stepping out to take some interviews at this time, but I'll have the other campus leaders come up and welcome us. Deborah Bischini, Dr. Bischini, please.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. After such an important announcement, that's pretty hard to follow, so I just want to take a moment to thank Dr. Mitchell for everything that he's done for our campus on behalf of the faculty and the Academic Senate. We appreciate your leadership. We look forward to working with you this year because we're still hard at work. Thank you for letting us know we'll be active and enthusiastic participants in the presidential search. We'll do everything we can to ensure a smooth transition. And we thank you and appreciate you very much. On behalf of the Academic Senate, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to each of you. We're all members of our CSUB campus community, a community with the shared mission of improving excellence, inspiring excellence, and transforming lives, our students' lives. Shared governance is essential to meet this goal. Effective shared governance. And that requires that each of you say yes to service when you have the opportunity to be a part of the change that you want to see. So now I'm going to introduce the faculty leaders who've said yes to service on the Academic Senate. Vice Chair Bruce Hartzell, please stand up front. We have two senators that serve on the statewide CSU Academic Senate, and they are John Tarjan and Janet Millar. Please stand. Thank you. The chair of the Academic Affairs Committee is Mary Slaughter. Mary. The chair of our Academic Support and Student Services Committee is Charles McQuarrie. Thank you, Charles. Chair of the Faculty Affairs Committee is Maureen Rush. Thank you, Maureen. And last but not least, the chair of the Budget and Planning Committee is Dr. Erin Hagde. Where are you? There you are. Thank you, Erin. We look forward to a great year, and it sounds like we've got a lot of work to do, so I look forward to it, and thank you for everything that you do for the university.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carla Barrientos, and I am the president of the Alumni Association. I want to first start on behalf of the Alumni Association, the board of directors, and welcome you back, and thank you for all that you do for our community, our students, and our alums. I do want to do a quick poll. By a show of rowdies, how many of the staff and faculty here today are also CSUB alums? Oh my gosh, even more than I expected. Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to see that so many of you have made the choice to use the degree that you've earned from CSUB at CSUB. Thank you for that. I do want to let you know that our nominations for Hall of Fame, for our Alumni Hall of Fame, have opened today. They will go on until September 21st, so if you know an accomplished alum that you would like to nominate, or you'd like more information, you can check it out on the homepage and on the alumni page as well. Lastly, I do want to do a fun little giveaway. Someone is a winner of 2 tickets to Party in the Park, which is an event we have October 20th. It's a fun evening event for all of the community to connect. And I do want to let you know staff and faculty do get a discount on tickets, so I hope to see you guys there. So right now I'd like you to check under your seats. They should be taped under your seats. Someone's a big winner. Who is it? Who is it? Wonderful, we have a winner. Thank you so much. We hope to see you there. And I do want to let you know on all of your tables there are little postcards giving you a little more information. And there's also a little fold that highlights some alums from our university. So please read those, take the time and check them out. It's really wonderful. And again, welcome back, and thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Bruce Hartzell, bringing greetings on behalf of the California Faculty Association, which represents about 26,000 faculty on 23 campuses of the CSU. That's a lot of folks. We represent every faculty member. If a person is teaching, most likely that person is a faculty member. Okay. Our officers this year include Vice President, we'll make up time if you hold applause till the end. Vice President Steve Gamboa, Secretary Javier Trigos, Treasurer David Gove, Faculty Rights Chair Mark Martinez, Affirmative Action Committee Chair Denise Dawkins, Political Action Committee Chair Stephanie Solomon, and Delegate at Large Isabella Castlestrand. If I called your name, please stand. And now we can applaud. As Debbie said, we thank folks for service. If you count all of the committee positions on campus, every faculty member has to serve almost every year. I think you have to serve about 1.3 out of every 2 years in order to make it all work. So thanks for your participation. Would like to also acknowledge Doreen Anderson Facile, who was our chapter president last year. During her time as president, we got the largest salary increase that we've had in a long, long time. Would like to thank her for that. And would also like to acknowledge Chris Cruz Boone, whose name I did not call because she left us for a multi-$1,000 a year job pay increase across town, which brings up bargaining. We are in bargaining. Salary is a big issue. When people can move across town for a similar position for many, many $1,000s a year more, it raises issues about salary equities issues on our campus. There are gross inequities among us, and we hope through the bargaining process we can address some of those. We also want to point out that California Faculty Association has embraced an anti-racism and social justice campaign, partly in response to some of the kinds of things we see going on. One purpose of that campaign is to make clear that academic freedom applies to every individual. Any topic of legitimate discussion should be a safe topic of discussion, especially in an environment such as this. And so I challenge each of us to assure that we respect one another, even in the most difficult conversations. If we can't have difficult conversations here, it cannot possibly happen out there. And we are setting an example by everything we do. Let's make sure it's the right example. Thank you all.
Good morning. Welcome back. I am standing in for Christina Ramirez, who is the Staff Forum President. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here. I'm Melissa Ackerley. I'm the immediate past president, and I am the coordinator for the interdisciplinary program and modern languages and literatures. So I wanted to talk just for a second about what Staff Forum is, what we do, and introduce our members. We have two purposes. We are the group who likes to bring a little spirit to our staff, because sometimes we need that. So we hold events which also double as fundraisers for our scholarships. We do our Staff Forum Thanksgiving lunch, our end of the year barbecue, and then we do 3 craft fairs during the year. So that helps us raise money to give scholarships to staff members, their dependents, their partners. So that's what we do. And I would like to ask everybody who is a member of Staff Forum to stand. I'm going to read your names and hold your applause till I'm done. We have Kenny Simpson. He is our vice president. Patrick Choi is our treasurer. Marie Fries is our secretary. Obviously, Christina Ramirez is our president. Then we have Dawn J.R. McQueen, Henry Enigiz, Ron Molina, Martin Brothers, Matthew McClellan, June Grimes, Cindy Zuniga Prado, Candace McCarthy, Natasha Harris, Carla Martinez, Izzy Suarez, Sheila Gilbert, Lenny Perez, and our newest member, Wes Zufanetti. Thank you, guys. We couldn't do this without you, so if anybody is interested in joining, we have room for a couple more members. To see anybody who stood or see me or Christina, we'd love to have you join us. So welcome back.
Good morning. Welcome administrators, faculty, staff, and students to the 2017-18 year here at California State University, Bakersfield. I would like to thank Dr. Mitchell and his office for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. For those who do not know me, my name is Shelley Carson, and I am the California State Employee Union President of Chapter 310 here at CSU Bakersfield. We represent Units 2, 5, 7, and 9, which are healthcare, facilities, staff administrative support coordination, and IT and analyst positions here on campus. As some of you know, I'm replacing Ray Fennell, who previously was our president, who did an amazing job, and I had huge shoes to fill when I got here. To say the least, it's been a challenge, but it's been an amazing opportunity for me. I've seen laughter, sarcasm, and tears at their best and worst, and I'm honored to have this opportunity every day, and thank you for our union. We too are also in bargaining, and salary is also a huge issue for our staff here on the campus. We are in bargaining, and our current contract ends on August 31st. We appreciate your support in our bargaining, and we also stand together with other unions who are also doing the same. I would like to introduce several people who help our chapter run. I'd like to start first with hold applause to the end, our new Vice President, Nick Seamus, our Chief Steward, Catherine Plunkett. You guys all need to stand. Jenna Lords, our Organizing Committee Chair, Chris Shirey, our Treasurer, Jamie Jacks, our Unit 9 representative, and Ryan Otaka and James Dethelson, who are Union Stewards. Thank you all for what you do. Since I've been president, many issues have come across our plates, but there is one concern that continues to plague our campus, some very disturbing bullying. In working with employees, the most heartbreaking cases are where bullying is bringing experienced long-term employees to their knees. And this is at the hands of their supervisors, managers, and what is worse, fellow employees. I don't know about you men and women, but I spend most of my time here at work. And let me be clear, I love my job. But it does take us all away from our family, our friends, the things that we love to do, and the things that mean the most to us. On top of our responsibilities here that keep us from doing all those personal things that we love, there have been reports of bullying, verbal and sexual harassment, passive-aggressive behaviors run amok. The hostility and tension that this causes scares me to death. I do not understand it, and I do not compute why an individual would bully another individual. There are personality conflicts, and I get that. Some work harder than others. Some feel less than while others feel better than. We all have a story. Some of us are battling mental health issues or chronic physical pain. There are some in terrible marriages or who have kids or family members with alcohol or drug abuse issues. Some are shy and introverted, and it takes all that they have to get up out of bed every day. There are those who have cancer or take care of a family member who does. Some care for a disabled child, spouse, or elderly adult. Excuse me. Someone you know may be in an abusive relationship. I could go on and on. Do we really know the lives of the people that we work with? Do we know why someone is losing it one day and not another? No, we do not know, yet we are quick to treat someone terribly because they are different than what we expect them to be to fit in our world. That is unrealistic. The tears and utter frustration I have experienced personally and have witnessed are completely preventable. There is no excuse for bullying no matter what any of us are going through in our lives. Happy people are not mean. If you are going through something and are not happy, please utilize our EAP program or go through your health insurance and get the help that you need. Listen to others who may be going through something. Having a compassionate ear, letting someone vent could make all the difference in their day. We are all busy, overworked, and we all have baggage. But the workplace is not appropriate to take your frustrations out on others. We all deserve respect and tolerance, but most of all, compassion. In closing, I ask campus administrators and management to lead employees in kindness. We like knowing how well we are doing. Appreciation and compassion go a long way, more than you will ever know. I implore you to do the right thing by compensating employees fairly for their hard work and promote from within with a large pool of talented, long-term, and dedicated employees. To the many employees on campus that I have the pleasure of working with, I ask that you remember that we are all in this together. I hope we all make it successfully by lifting each other up instead of tearing one another down. This world is a tough place for adults too. Most importantly, we need to set an example for our student employees who see, hear, and feel the ugly that is all around. We do not want to perpetuate negativity, anger, or hate. Our students deserve to feel comfortable and safe, and we are their first example in the workplace in many cases. Do not talk about a coworker to a student even if they work in another department. Do not make fun, judge, laugh, or be cruel to a coworker because our students are watching. Be the professionals we have all grown up to be. To everyone here, take pride in your university. We are doing great things here. Be the very best you can be on any given day, no matter what is going on outside of the workplace. We are all runners. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Mitchell for his dedication to the student experience. I'm so excited to see everyone back on campus and want to extend a special welcome to our new faculty and staff. My name is Mariela Gomez, and it is my honor to serve as this year's ASI president. Each of us has a vital role in inspiring excellence and transforming lives. Inspiring excellence can be a daunting task, but as a student, I think it is as simple as professors being available for their students in office hours or a staff member taking time out of their busy day to talk to a student about their goals and dreams. It's these one-on-one conversations that have transformed my life. Since coming to CSUB, I've had so many amazing faculty who have been willing to meet with me, not only about classes, but about things going on in my life. It's these conversations that have made such an impact on me and have transformed my life. Faculty, do not give up on us. I know there are so many times that students do not utilize your office hours. I hope you know the significant impact you have had on both my academic and personal life. As a student leader, I really look up to so many of the staff members. They have taken me under their wing, inspired me to take risks, and encouraged me to follow my dreams. Your work ethic has transformed how I do my own work, and I look forward to continuing to learn from you. This summer, the ASI board has been busy working so that we are ready for the school year. We passed a balanced budget, placing an emphasis on increasing collaborations and travel funding for clubs and organizations. We are excited to work with all of you to open the CSUB Food Pantry. Our board also looks forward to giving students opportunities and resources to help them achieve greatness. After all, we are all here for one reason: student success. And together, we can achieve just that. Together, we can inspire excellence and transform lives. I'd like to take a quick moment to introduce to you the 2017 to 2018 ASI Board of Directors. I also ask that you hold any applauses till the end. I have the Executive Vice President, Precious Nawaha, Vice President of Campus Life, Mohammed Cook, Vice President of Finance, Justin McKinley, Vice President of University Affairs, Anthony Briseño, Director of Clubs and Organizations Outreach, Jaden Connor, Director of the LEAD Program, Aaron Wan, Director of Greek Relations, Cassandra Estrella, Director of International Student Relations, Luis Hernandez, Director of Housing Student Relations, Saul Cruz, Director of BPA, Amandeep Kamboj, Director of NSME, Catherine Johnston, Director of SSC, George Zamora, and last but not least, Director of General Studies, Sunny Medina. My office is located inside of the Student Union, and I look forward to working with you this coming year. Thank you.
Okay, it's selfie time. Everybody smile and wave. I think it was good. And I'll put it on #RunnerPride, don't forget. So you'll see that up there. The next time somebody's speaking, I'll get it out there. This past year was a historic time for our university. After 47 years on a quarter calendar, we converted to a semester calendar. We transformed our curriculum in general education and in 70% of our majors. We moved commencement to a new exciting venue, and we reached a threshold of enrolling more than 10,000 students. This coming year, we have the priorities identified by the President, including the CSU System-Wide Graduation Initiative. The Graduation Initiative is about student success. Our campus goals for 2025 that the President mentioned, I want to give you the goals. For 6-year graduation rates, the goal is that 56% of our students would graduate in 6 years. That is for the entry class that comes in the fall of 2019. So we've got a way to go because right now our 6-year graduation rates are at about 42%, and we need to get to 56%. 4-year graduation rates, our goal is 30%, and currently we are at 18.9. So those are for freshmen that will enter in the fall of 2021. So we have some progress we need to make. We have been making progress, and we need to continue to. Another element of, and there are also graduation goals for transfer students, 2- and 4-year graduation goals. There's also a retention gap goal, and that is that all students, no matter what their demographic group, should graduate or should be retained at the same rate. Many of the campuses in the CSU have very big gaps for instance, African American students. It might be 10% retention gap. We've done very well. We sit right around that 0%, that there's no difference between our different demographic groups. We went up a little bit in underrepresented minorities at about 2% this past year, so we have to continue to pay attention to that. In addition to the graduation initiative and student success, we are working towards our WASC reaccreditation. We have 11 working groups that have been established, composed of students, faculty, and staff, and they're preparing our institutional report. That draft will be ready in a year from now for campus review during the following year. So those working groups are collecting data this semester and then working on getting a draft report by the end of next year, of this year, so that the beginning of the year we're ready to review it. On your tables are copies of the guiding principles that were adopted for CSU Bakersfield. These are the first set of guiding principles, and they truly speak to who we are as a campus and a community.
As runners, we
celebrate academic excellence,
value integrity and self-reflection,
embrace individual differences,
collaborate to build community,
engage in sustainable practices,
strive to be local and global citizens,
welcome new ideas,
pursue lifelong learning.
California State University Bakersfield is actively committed to academic and personal exploration through open and respectful discourse. In order to honor our shared purpose, we dedicate ourselves to these guiding principles.
I would like to thank the committee that was responsible for putting the guiding principles together and getting campus review and getting that approved last year. I'll call your names out. Please stand. We'll hold applause till the end. Dr. Jim Dernick was the co-chair. Dr. Christopher Myers, co-chair. Brittany Lang, a graduate student co-chair. Mariela Gomez, undergraduate student co-chair. Dr. Nate Olson, Dr. Chandra Kamuri, Dr. Yvonne Ortiz-Bush, Dr. Randy Schultz, Ilaria Pesco, Jason Watkins, Judy Snyder, David Loomis, Jan Hefner, and Jennifer Constantine. Thank you. In addition, the entire CSU system has adopted a new policy that we are beginning here at CSU Bakersfield also.
Join me.
Join me.
Join me.
Join me.
Join us. Join us as we become smoke and tobacco free here at CSUB.
Beginning September 1, 2017, CSUB, along with the other 22 California State University campuses, will officially become smoke and tobacco free.
Our new policy affects all students, faculty, staff, alumni, university volunteers, contractors, vendors, and guests visiting our campus.
Smoke and tobacco free means no cigarettes, pipes, cigars, e-cigarettes, and vapor devices on campus,
including any and all products containing made or derived from tobacco or nicotine.
CSUB is our campus, your campus, and we want clean air as much as we can get here in the Valley.
Smoke and tobacco free means an opportunity for you to enjoy a healthy environment at CSUB, with no more designated smoking areas, all CSUB property included.
No parking lots, and yes, this also includes inside your car.
No bus stops.
No campus buildings.
Oh, and no bathrooms either.
Help keep our campus smoke and tobacco free. See someone smoking? Ask them to please stop.
Ready to quit the habit? We can help. Student Health Services is here for you, offering cessation programs and support.
So how about it? Please join us as we pledge to maintain a smoke and tobacco-free campus.
Breathe freely.
Breathe freely.
Breathe freely.
Some of our students, faculty, and staff at CSU Bakersfield Antelope Valley are with us here today, and some are watching us on live stream. Let's give them all a big hello and wave back to the camera. We've been enjoying a resurgence in renewed energy with increasing collaboration with the Antelope Valley College next door. We entered into an agreement to treat their students in our health center, where previously their students used a traveling healthcare trailer that they affectionately called Doc in a Box. We now are supporting growth in some of our degree programs, especially sociology and teacher education. And this year, the students selected a homecoming queen and a king for the first time. The CSU Bakersfield Antelope Valley is the four-year public institution in the Antelope Valley.
I'm looking forward to being part of this campus and being part of these clubs.
Looking forward into joining into the clubs. I'm doing computer science engineering and I want to join one of those clubs.
Meeting new people, working with them, building lasting relationships, and networking.
That's not quite the right video. In the Antelope Valley, we're proud to say that we are your four-year public university. If we pull up that video, we'll show the AV video later. We are also internationalizing the campus with a variety of initiatives. We established a Phi Beta Delta Honor Society for International Scholars. We're bucking the national trend in declines of international student applications that the nation sees. With all the immigration concerns, the international student applications are down 40% across the nation. Ours are up 43%. We have over 250 students now from 40 different countries. We established a protocol and guidelines for study abroad programs and for any students who travel to study abroad. So this means it's for all students, not just those on a faculty-led study abroad program, but if a student is traveling abroad for research, a conference, or internships or the like, they need to register with our study abroad office. Our students are enjoying life-changing opportunities in these study abroad programs that are academically challenging and relevant to their various academic programs. In 2016-17, we sent 15 students to the Chancellor's Office IP program, which is either a semester-long or year-long program. We've only had 2 or 3 that have done this in the past, and we had 15 last year. Our short-term study abroad programs increased from 9 to 20 students this summer, and more than 40 students have studied here in exchange programs since 2016. Now we'd like to show you one of our students.
My name is Darby Scanlon, and I'm currently attending the summer school. I love meeting new people from different cultures and understanding their story and their side of things, so I figured why not? Let's go. What I liked about the summer program was that we're going to be studying the issue of water. And I'm studying environmental resource management and geology, so I figured that's going to be a perfect opportunity for me to learn more about what I love. Yeah.
Because we are trying here in this summer school to solve these big world problems.
The project that we're working on is really interesting. We're looking at Jakarta, Indonesia, and the issues that they have with land subsidence. So they're drawing the groundwater from the ground, and it's making their land sink. And at the same time, the sea level is rising. So in the coming years, there's going to need to be a major rethink about how this country is going to use their resources and how they can use it sustainably and responsibly. So what we're doing is, each of us, we're bringing different aspects from our cultures and our countries, and at the same time, we all have a lot of similarities, which is really, really great to see. Well, in addition to being able to live and work in this beautiful environment, I've also been able to explore a little bit. So we went on the boat trip. It was quite fun ride around the canals. And it's just fascinating to see these old streets and see these old buildings and realize that some of these buildings are older than my country.
We don't know for sure what this whole technology will bring to us.
So far, it's been a great experience. It surprised me because I didn't know how engaging it would be. We're learning new things that I never thought about before, so we're learning completely how to change our way of thinking, how to think about these issues. And I've met people from all over the world. I'm currently learning Spanish, Chinese, and Japanese, and as you have it, I've made friends from China, Japan, and as well as Brazil and Argentina. So I've been able to practice my languages, so that's been a great opportunity. I always like to say a few words here and there and see if they can understand me. Yeah.
I've never seen this ocean before. I've only seen the Pacific Ocean. Yeah.
That was my first time seeing the North Sea. It was really quite an experience. And to stand there with people from different cultures and different backgrounds was really the highlight of my summer.
And this year, we celebrated all of our graduates at commencement with a variety of enhancements to commencement. A new, larger venue allowing students to bring their entire families and friends, rock star-like speaker systems, and an elegant backdrop. An upgraded program, indoor overflow seating here in the Accardo in air conditioning, the jumbotrons with the students' names and their photos on them as they came across the stage, and a celebratory reception with photo ops with those who supported them on their journeys, whether it be their family, faculty, staff, fellow students. And there was food, a DJ, beverages, and pride and joy, lots of pride and joy. It took a lot of work, but we are, after all, roadrunners who run faster than coyotes and faster than Acme bombs. that day is one of the moments that they will remember for the rest of their lives. And it's a day their families will remember forever. Will everyone who worked at the commencement ceremonies please stand? You made a difference in these students' lives while they were students, and especially on this, their final day with us. Thank you very much. And now we'll take a look at the AV video.
I had hit a dead end in my life that lasted for a good 13 years.
Basically, growing up, my parents never went to college. They barely had a high school degree. They lived here their entire lives.
I worked, I was a manager at different places, and I decided I basically needed to step it up.
I guess there's always like some sort of pressure to, do better, do more than they did, because they always wanted more for me than what they had.
Get a little more education and training so that I could, get to those higher level management positions that I pretty much wanted to have.
My grandmother just always told me to, if anything, get your education. For one, nobody could take that from you.
And it's like, so now what? Now that I am on the right path, what do I do now? And the obvious thing that was right there in front of me was school.
I always knew I wanted to go to college.
I transferred from Antelope Valley College to Cal State University Bakersfield, Antelope Valley campus.
What made me decide to take the next step to enroll at CSUB?
Family is definitely important to me. I'm extremely family oriented.
For one, that it was local, it was reasonable.
No, I can't say that I wouldn't still be here, because yes, I would be. I've come too far to go back.
The thing that brought me to this campus is basically the locality of it, the fact that it's here and it's local.
I was also looking, for something a little bit close, because I didn't want to commute that far.
I love staying local, love being in the Antelope Valley.
I'm like, okay, let's go for it. And here I am.
So transferring from the junior college to the university right next door, that was definitely an easy transition.
It kind of has a magical quality about it. It's small, it's not too small to where you're not getting the services you need, but it's small enough that everybody knows each other.
We have a ratio of 27-to-1, and most of our faculties are PhD, about 80% of them are PhDs. And the thing about that is that we want our students to know that it's affordable.
The more I researched it, the more I kind of was like, oh, they have great academics, they're accredited.
I think one of the more exciting things of being involved in campus life, that it helps give you a fuller educational experience.
That's what I get most out of this, is I get to help others, which is, I'm majoring in sociology with human services concentration.
Life happens. Sometimes students actually, they get married, they take a break, and they want to continue their education. And that's what we do here. We're kind of like a transitional for students who want to come back.
A lot of my students are what we call returning students, coming here on campus with children, furthering their education.
So time passes on, and then the A's start rolling in.
And it kind of set the ball rolling for myself in terms of I have high expectations for myself.
I know that my professors and the staff here are here to support me.
And I'm getting letters from the dean. I'm like, okay, I can do this.
And we recognize what our student needs are. So we have that afternoon block, we have that evening block, we have that weekend block of students that, and we try to address those needs. We try to make sure that our classes are accessible at a time when people are getting off from work.
At Cal State University Bakersfield Antelope Valley campus.
Stay near.
Go far.
Stay near.
And go far.
Stay near.
Go far.
Okay, now we're at the section of the program where we're going to introduce new administrators and staff that are new to the university. What we're going to do is I will introduce all the ones from Academic Affairs. You're listed in the program. And I will have you come up front, line up in front of the podium and face the audience. And when I call off your name, give a wave or step forward so that your new colleagues can see you. And let me clarify, these are people that are new to campus. There are a number of people that have new positions here on campus. It's people that are new to campus that we're recognizing today. So all of academic affairs for the administrators and staff, if you could come line up in front of the podium, please. Perfect. Okay, let me start with Bob Frakes, the Dean of Arts and Humanities. And hold your applause till the end. Sorry, Bob. Angava Gunasakaran, but Guna is like a rock star. He's like Cher. He's like Madonna. We're just going to call him Guna. Yuri Sakamaki, the Director of Intensive English Language Center. Audrey Armstrong Johnson, an ASA in GRASP. Manuel Barrara, an AAS in Grants and Contracts. Jackie Brule, an ASC in Chemistry. Beth Bywaters, an ASC in the Academic Senate. Anna Seha, an ASA in Extended Ed and Global Outreach. Jonathan De La Fuente, an SSP2 in International Programs. Patricia Diaz, an SSP in Admissions and Records. Kelly Dozier, an ASC in English. Reagan Dozier, a SSP1 in Financial Aid and Scholarships. Henry Echevarria, Performing Arts Technician in Theater. Jeanette Ennis, an Accounting Tech in NSME. Paula Francis, an ASC in Teacher Education. Salvador Gomez Pantoja, SSP in GRASP. Jenny Gonzalez, an SSP in GRASP. Robert Hartsook, an AAS in NSME. Christina Hernandez, an SSP in Admissions. John Wen, an IST in Physics and Engineering. Sarah Osteen, an ASC in SSE Advising. Jamie Pacheco, SSP in Outreach. Jessica Potter, an ASA in Admissions and Records. Genesis Ramirez, a Library Services Specialist in the libraries. Stacy Rancano, a SSP in Liberal Studies. Dillian Rollins, an SSP in BPA Advising. Christina Saldana, an ASA in Music. Rosio Sanchez, an SSP in Admissions and Records. Jennifer Thompson, an SSP in Admissions and Records, and Antonio Velas, IST in Art. Thank you all. You can be seated.
Good morning, everyone. Would the new members of the Business Administrative Services, or as we affectionately call them, BAS team, please come forward. And while they're coming forward, I know that you all appreciated the update on parking. I also wanted to give you another updated on something near and dear to all of our hearts, which is food. And I wanted to make you aware that you will see several coming soon signs for multiple food options on campus. Most are expected to open either late September or early October. So if we tour the campus, you will find in the bookstore, we will be adding Starbucks. In Rowdy's, we've taken down the wall. We will be putting up a look much like Stockdale Courtyard, and Panda Express will be going in there. In the Runner Cafe, if you've walked by, it's being remodeled. We've opened it up completely. That will be an all you care to eat. You can pay retail. You'll also be able to buy a discount, much like a hometown buffet type thing. And lastly, where Togo's used to be, Which sandwiches will be coming in. So again, all of this should be in play, ready for you to dine early October. Okay, so be sure and raise your hand really high so that everybody can see you. New administrators, Richard Nelson, Director of Support Services, Information Technology Services. Amber Williams, Director of Auxiliary Accounting Services, Auxiliary Services. Staff, we have Felicitas Alvarado, Accounting Technician 1 in Payment Services. Katrina Balderas, Accounting Technician 1 in Student Financial Services. Hillary Barnes, Police Dispatcher, University Police Department and Public Safety Services. Ricardo Bravo, Accountant 2, Student Financial Services. Alejandro Cruz, Network Analyst, Information Technology Services. Maria de Bautista, Custodian, Facilities Management Services. Brian Ellison, Information Technology Consultant, Information Technology Services. Manuel Flores Guerrera, Custodial, Facilities Management Services. Jane Gardner, Administrative Analyst, Specialist, Procurement and Contract Services. Mallory Gary, Senior Budget Analyst, Budget and User Support Services. Dwayne Harwell, Facilities Management, Facilities Operations. A lot of them I see are not here. Apparently they're taking care of the grounds, taking care of the students. Jennifer Johnson, Accountant 2, General Accounting. Jesse Kiefer, Accountant 2, Auxiliary Services. Tina Livingston, Accounting Technician 1, Payment Services. Raul Navarro, Reprographic Specialist 1. Rebecca Ornelas, Custodian, Facilities Management. Anthony Ortega, Custodian, Facilities Management. Brenda Portillo, Administrative Support Assistant, Human Resources Services. Ernest Richards, Network Analyst, Information Technology Services. Rafael Santos III, Accounting Technician 1, Student Financial Services. Sylvia Tafoya, Police Dispatch, University Police Department, Public Safety Services. Jose Valenzuela, Custodian, Facilities Management Services, and Brandon Whitworth, Electrician, Facilities Operations. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jim Durnick, and I'm the Associate Vice President for Student Affairs. And on behalf of Student Affairs, it is my pleasure to introduce our new administrators and staff. So would those new staff please come forward? And again, I would ask you to, as I will introduce individuals, please hold your applause till the end. Okay, we have Afaf Aldoulay, Student Services Professional in Campus Programming. Tianu Bayu, Student Services Professional, Athletics Academics Advisor. Aaron Baum, Athletic Trainer, Sports Medicine. Stephanie Jones, Medical Assistant, Student Health Center. Mackenzie Joseph, Annual Fund Coordinator, Athletics. Jill Lackey, Public Affairs Communications Specialist in Career Education and Community Engagement. Jacob Marcial, Student Services Professional in the Counseling Center. Clarissa Price, Student Services Professional, Academic Advisor in Athletics. Daniel Wines, Public Affairs Communication Specialist in Athletics. And Leon Yoon, Athletic Trainer, Sports Medicine. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Victor Martin, Vice President for University Advancement, and at this time I'd like everyone that is new to University Advancement to please come to the front of the stage. And on behalf of University Advancement, it is my pleasure to introduce our new administrators and staff. A couple of them, I think, are dealing with some media issues, so they won't be able to be up here, but I'll list everybody. First, and if each of you could raise your hand high so everyone knows who you are. Lita Jeffers, Director of Annual Giving and Stewardship. Michael Lukens, Director of Public Affairs and Communications. Ara Bryan, oh, Michael's in the back room there. Ara Bryan, Administrative Support Coordinator. Veronica Catalan, Public Affairs and Communications Specialist. Mary Coder, Events Specialist. Kelsey Greaves, Annual Giving and Stewardship Coordinator. Kim Halbwachs, Administrative Support Assistant. And Shelby, is Shelby up here? Yes, there you are, Shelby. Shelby is our Coordinator in Public Affairs and Communications. Thank you very much.
All right, if all new coaches could stand in the front, right in front of me. And when I call your name, if you'll raise your hand extremely high. So it is my pleasure as Director of Athletics to be able to announce all of our new new coaches for the athletics department. So I will start off with Director of Basketball Operations for men's basketball, Brandon Barnes. Also, Director of Basketball Operations for women's basketball, Alex Bezanais. Assistant Coach, women's basketball, Tiana Outland. And Assistant Baseball Coach, Jonathan Johnson. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and welcome to CSUB. Will President Mitchell and Melissa Ackerley please come forward for the recognition of staff awards?
Our staff member of the year for 16-17 was Diana Diaz, or is Diana Diaz. She's not here, so please give her a round of applause. Anyway, she was wonderful. She is not a member of Staff Forum, but she stepped in and did so much for us. But she was nominated by more than one person and voted upon, so she won the award. There were many, many people who were nominated. I should have brought a list, but I'd be reading it for a very long time. So, yes, that's Diana. And then our outstanding department, we unfortunately only listed one in the program, so I am going to announce the other one first, since they didn't get the picture and everything. Let's see here. I want to name it properly. Academic Operations Support. And if you are all here, please stand. Actually, come up. I have a certificate and all that wonderful stuff for you. Denise, Krista, Diane, Analia, Leela, and Dr. Dirksey. Thank you. This is academic support, and as someone who uses them, I truly appreciate them. But again, they were nominated and voted upon, so this is a campus-wide honor for them. Thank you, thank you. All right, the second group is, you guys probably all know them, the mailroom. This includes Roger, David, Jared, and Juan. Are you all here? Okay, we have the drummer. We have the drummer. Who more do we need?
Hey, hon. How are you?
So, since we did make a mistake, the academic support will also get a wonderful basket. I don't know if the mailroom wants flowers, but we'll find out. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, everyone.
Okay, now we will introduce our new faculty. Dean Frakes, will you please come forward to introduce the new faculty members in the School of Arts and Humanities?
On behalf of the School of Arts and Humanities, it is my pleasure to introduce our new faculty members. Will all new Arts and Humanities faculty members please line up in front of the stage? Great. We have Michael Burrows, who is the director of the Kegley Institute of Ethics and assistant professor of philosophy. We have Gladys Gillum, lecturer in modern languages and literatures. Jorge Moraga, assistant professor of interdisciplinary studies. And Tracy Salisbury, lecturer in interdisciplinary studies. Thank you.
And now Dean Guna.
On behalf of the School of Business and Public Administration, it is my pleasure to introduce our new faculty member. So could you please come forward? So we have only one faculty member, new member. Mansik Her, assistant professor in the Department of Management and Marketing. Thank you very much.
And next, while she's not new to campus, so she didn't get introduced as a new to campus person, she is the new dean, Kathleen Madden.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the School of Natural Sciences, Mathematics, and Engineering, it's my pleasure to introduce our new faculty members. So all new NSME faculty members, please come on up. All right, so I'm happy to introduce Dimitri Anokin, a lecturer in mathematics, Crystal Ball, assistant professor in nursing, Chandranath Basak, assistant professor, geological sciences, Drew Brandon, lecturer in chemistry, Carol Falk, lecturer in nursing, Alan Fuchs, professor in physics and engineering and also the new director of the California Energy Research Center. Heidi He, assistant professor in nursing. Annie Hune, assistant professor in nursing. Kane Keller, assistant professor in biology. Marina Shapiro, lecturer in chemistry. Charlotte Stinson, lecturer in biology. And we have two folks who couldn't be with us, Hugh Long Feng, lecturer in mathematics, and Denise Johnson Dawkins, assistant professor in nursing. So please join me in welcoming these folks.
And next, also not new to our campus, but new as our dean, Steve Bacon.
Good morning. On behalf of the School of Social Sciences and Education, it's my pleasure to introduce our new faculty members. So would all the new SSC faculty members please come to the front of the stage? All right. Our new faculty include Brittany Beck, assistant professor in teacher education. Yeah, I've promoted you already, huh? Michael Casamano, lecturer in advanced educational studies. Desiree Gifford, lecturer in psychology. Alice Hayes, assistant professor, teacher education. Brittany Sanchez, lecturer in kinesiology. And Jessica Williamson, assistant professor in psychology. Congratulations. Welcome.
And now Dean Kurt Asher.
On behalf of the Walter Stern Library, I'd like to introduce our new faculty member. This is Heather Cribbs. She's a senior assistant librarian and in the electronic resource management department. So, yeah.
And now I'd like to recognize everyone who has fulfilled their educational goals in this past year, and actually I'm going to say for last year also because I forgot to do this last year. So if you earned a degree in higher education last year or this year, please stand so we can applaud you. Congratulations. Okay, next, President Mitchell and Dr. Buschini, please come forward for the faculty awards.
These awards represent the university's top faculty honors, and this year they recognize the achievements of 3 of our most outstanding educators. They are educators who consistently provide our students with the critical components necessary to achieve a high-quality education. Not only do they contribute to the overall mission of CSU Bakersfield, but they also contribute greatly to their individual fields, elevating the prestige of a degree obtained from our institution and the reputation of our university in the local community and beyond. Our first award today is the Millie Ablin Excellence in Teaching Award. This award was established in 1963 to recognize excellence in teaching. Millie Ablin, who served as a member of the Board of Directors of the CSU Bakersfield Foundation, was a long-standing supporter and contributor to CSUB and the community. In order to acknowledge her support of excellence in teaching, the Outstanding Professor Award was renamed the Millie Ablin Excellence in Teaching Award. This year's recipient is Dr. Mahdi El-Husseini. Please join me at the podium. Dr. El-Husseini is a professor who shines in the classroom. He captures his students' attention, delivers high-quality content in an engaging and memorable way, and inspires his students to do their best. Dr. El-Husseini takes as much time and energy as is needed to ensure that each student succeeds and feels valued as a member of his class. In fact, Dr. El-Husseini was recognized by 2014, 2015, and 2016 CSUB graduates as an individual contributing to their success, as indicated by the Office of the Vice President for Student Affairs. This is likely why his SOCIs are consistently in the top 5% across faculty within business and public administration. In addition to his excellence in the classroom, Dr. El-Husseini puts forth an incredible amount of time and energy to guide students in several key endeavors outside of the classroom. Here's an excellent example. For nearly 10 years, he served as an advisor for the Financial Management Association for Students. Each year, he leads a group of at least 25 students to engage in a real-world experience in New York City. Students visit Wall Street and also meet with high-ranking professionals tied to the New York Stock Exchange, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and several other financial institutions. His students have described these experiences as life-changing and edifying to their career paths. It is my honor to congratulate Dr. Mahdi El-Husseini.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our second award today is the Faculty Scholarship and Creative Activity Award. This award recognizes outstanding contributions to the principle and practice of research. This year's recipient is Dr. Robert Yohe. Dr. Yohe came to CSUB in 1999 and is currently a professor of anthropology and the director of the Laboratory of Archaeological Sciences at CSUB. The quality, breadth, and impact of Dr. Yohe's work are truly impressive. He is an internationally recognized scholar with close to 100 peer-reviewed publications and is a recognized pioneer in the field of immunological protein residue analysis on stone artifacts, ceramics, soils, and human remains. Other highlights of his scholarly contributions include serving as a research associate for the Madurango Museum in Ridgecrest, California, working as a contributing scholar at the Museum of Anthropology at UC Berkeley, chairing numerous symposia, and delivering research presentations at national and international conferences. As a mentor, Dr. Yohe engaged undergraduate and graduate students in bioarchaeology fieldwork in Middle Egypt at the site of Tel El Habeh. This work was featured in an episode of The Bone Detective on the Discovery Channel. Many of his students have been included as first or co-authors on publications and have gone on to earn advanced degrees. Dr. Yohe procures substantial external funding for his research with students, an accomplishment the campus recognized with the 2013-2014 Bronze Award for Research Excellence. He's described as a generous colleague who frequently contributes his expertise and help. It's my honor to congratulate Dr. Robert Yohe. The Faculty Leadership and Service Award was established in 1996-97 by the Academic Senate of California State University, Bakersfield, and the CSUB Foundation in order to recognize and encourage outstanding contributions to the principle and practice of shared governance and service to the community. Faculty leadership is critical to providing an educational experience of high quality and to the overall mission of CSUB. This year's recipient is Dr. Paul Newberry. Dr. Newberry's service record at CSUB over more than 30 years has been remarkable, particularly in the area of general education. His sustained efforts to develop, implement, maintain, evaluate, and revise our GE program over time demonstrate his commitment to shared governance and the success of our students. Shortly after the approval of the new GE program and the governance structure in 2014, Dr. Newberry was selected to be the program's faculty director. In fulfilling this role, Dr. Newberry served as chair of the General Education Curriculum Committee, known as GECCO, which required him to lead a group of faculty representatives from all 4 schools under difficult timelines and difficult conditions. Under Dr. Newberry's leadership, GECCO approved over 200 courses for the new program, hosted over 30 professional development workshops, and prepared over 250 faculty members for teaching in the new program. As the faculty director of GE, Dr. Newberry has worked closely with on-campus groups of stakeholders, including students, staff, faculty, and administrators, as well as leaders from our region's high schools and community colleges. Dr. Newberry has worked tirelessly and diplomatically with each of these groups to inform them about the new developments in the new GE program and to solicit feedback about the program's strengths and challenges. In each of these settings, Dr. Newberry has always worked to ensure that all perspectives are heard and that decisions are grounded in our shared commitment to student success. It is my honor to congratulate Dr. Paul Newberry.
All of these outstanding faculty and staff have selected CSU Bakersfield for a reason and have remained here for a reason. Our students and alumni selected us for a reason. The question is why? Why CSUB?
I'm looking forward to being part of this campus and being part of these clubs.
Looking forward into joining into the clubs. I'm doing computer science engineering and I want to join one of those clubs.
Meeting new people, working with them, building lasting relationships, and networking for future references.
I want
one, I already had a current family member going here. My sister actually went here. Second reason, it was close to home, the closest four-year university closest to where I lived, Rosemead, California. I wanted to go to actual university to interact with college kids and honestly to get out of the home.
After I started working here, all my colleagues had master's degrees, so they encouraged me to investigate the different degrees here, and I started talking to Dr. Komori in the Master's of Public Administration, and he really encouraged me with my background in nonprofit to pursue applying, and I got into the program and started it.
Being a first-generation college student who had to figure out college made it an easy choice for me. I decided to attend CSUB because it was close to home and it was very affordable.
My attendance at CSUB was based off of three things: location, price, and quality education. Location, I have the benefits of being in the city. I can throw a stone either left or right. I can be in Fresno or LA, so both of them work. And quality of education, I think this is a slept-on school that has provided countless opportunities.
I was drawn in by student affairs, the athletic department, the SRC. Everybody in those departments pulled me in. They made me feel like I really belong.
It was a local university. I had family and friends that attended here, and I also received a golf scholarship.
My sister was actually the one who encouraged me to apply to attend CSUB. She put a strong emphasis on the cost of attendance, the size of the campus, and the great relationships that she maintained with her professors.
I actually moved back to Bakersfield from San Diego to attend, specifically to attend CSUB. One of the reasons is because it's affordable, it's familiar, my family's here, my friends are here, and I knew there was plenty of opportunity for growth and professional collaboration with the community.
When I first graduated from high school, I just turned 17. I was really unsure of what I wanted to do or where I wanted to go. So that was kind of my reason that I was kind of young, figured I could stay close to home, be able to help with family, and just have an opportunity to be able to grow and learn about my community and build within our own community.
I wanted a more one-on-one approach with my professors, and that is exactly what I got.
Thus far, outstanding. Freshman year, I was fortunate enough to just be a kid and run around with my head cut off and just like have a good time. Sophomore year, I got into my engineering program and I was able to go to conferences and get a published paper. I got to live the whole engineer dream. And then last but not least, coming into like my last year, I got involved with campus programming first. And then I got into ASI, which has led me to sit right here.
I eventually ended up joining a few clubs and organizations, and that really sparked my interest in student life. Ever since then, I know that attending this campus has truly been one of the best decisions that I ever made.
I love CSUB. You know, I got really involved on campus. I love going to the sporting events. I have a lot of friends on campus, and there's always something to do outside of classes.
Professors, some of them were really tough, being a biochemistry major as my undergrad and healthcare administration in my master's degree. They made me work harder. They made me focus. They made me study. They made me have this strong work ethic and this go-getter and this competitive edge that I have now today because they challenged me to work hard.
I can tell you that we learned more than just the literature aspect of academics. We actually were taught about application. Many of my professors in the EMPA program were currently working in the private or public sector and even nonprofit. So I was able to be exposed to the different facets that public administration offers. CSUB has excellent quality professors. One advantage of coming to CSUB is the classroom size. You are able to have a one-on-one connection with your professor, so I believe that was one of the greatest things about coming to CSUB. Now, having graduated with a a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from CSUB, I'm still able to keep in touch with my professors.
So a lot of my professors were amazing, specifically Dr. Komori really made the program for me. He introduced me to the program before I applied, encouraged me to apply, and then was my mentor throughout the entire program. And now looking into PhDs, he's somebody I look to for guidance into that field.
Since the majority of my classrooms, they range in size from about 25 to 40 students, I truly have the ability to maintain amazing relationships with my professors. I know that they're easily accessible, I can email them and set up office hours, and that they will provide the help and assistance that I need.
They are very diverse. There are funny professors, very serious professors, but one thing they all have in common is that they're all knowledgeable and they want you to succeed.
I met some wonderful staff and faculty members outside of my classes that gave me the tools necessary that I needed to help me grow as a person, as a leader, to be able to deal with the harshness of life and to deal with circumstances and stuff like that. So I'm really appreciative to those people who kind of went out their way to help me grow as a person.
Not only did I make new friends, network, work on campus, and study abroad, but my experience at CSUB made me prepare for a career that I love and enjoy. I love giving back to the university that has given me so much.
We always learn different things in our programs, and we're always wondering where we're going to use those tools that we're given. And we took a grant writing class that allowed me to apply those skills that I got in the grant writing and administering and managing a grant here on campus. So that was really good. And then we did a program evaluation, so I was able to use that on different programs that we have within our school.
I was actually the first student personal trainer to run the Fit Lab. So while my educational experience at CSUB was to go to lab, study human performance, learn about kinesiology, biology, exercise physiology, and whatnot, I was actually able to leave class or leave the laboratory to go to work at the Student Recreation Center and perform body fat analysis, range of motion, anthropometrics measurements, and also take students and faculty alike through exercise programs.
I was able to have a couple internships while I was at CSUB, one of them being for the county. And through that, I was able to discover and explore different facets of government. And I think that kind of helped me realize what I want to do in the future and also what I don't want to do.
It worked out great with having the great academic advisors and the help and being able to push me towards a field that would be pretty broad, which I thought was great, and be able to help me to be able to move to different opportunities or career fields if I chose to do so.
And my professor actually helped me get a position as well. She was a board member for Clinica Sierra Vista, and she encouraged me to go apply, and I was doing my healthcare management degree.
How much student life has expanded. Whenever I think about events such as runner nights, educational seminars, or career fairs, I can see the progress that the university is making, and I'm really excited to be part of all this change.
Actually being a part of the Peer Mentor program at the Academic Advisory and Resource Center, I was able to mentor freshmen, help them navigate through their first year of college, and got them connected to their university.
Having professors that want you to succeed, peers around you that want you to succeed, it just makes for a great experience here.
I believe it's like surrounding yourself with the network of people that you meet in your program. Everybody I met was super nice, super positive. Now that all of us have graduated, we're able to bounce ideas off each other and really work together growing professionally.
You can leave the school being an artist, you can leave the school being a great artist, you can leave the school being a great politician. The world is yours.
There are plenty of opportunities for students to get involved with the university, with the Student Recreation Center, with sports, gatherings, study groups. cultural groups. One thing I would really strongly advise students and graduates alike is to get connected in the community of Bakersfield and to also consider moving on past your bachelor's in pursuing a master's or a doctoral level of education.
I would definitely say to take in the full college experience. A lot of times students are so focused on school and the classes, and you don't involve yourself with the extracurricular activities. I would say you're missing out because you'll miss a lot of experiences, a lot of relationships that you can build by meeting other students, just being involved in the activities. I'll definitely say take in the full college experience and learn other people and just have fun.
We are going to be passing out discs that look like coasters. Don't use them as a coaster. On the back, it says, why CSUB? What we want you to do is we want you to write down your answers as to why CSUB for you. Later, we plan to display these on a mural. And so during your lunch, as you're having conversations at your table, please discuss with those at your tables and write your thoughts as to why you chose CSUB and why you have chosen to stay at CSUB. A few reminders. Tomorrow is the campus-wide University Family Picnic. It is a family picnic at 4:30, so bring your children and other members of your families. It's in Alumni Park. We will have the big fans that will keep it cooler. Saturday is Residence Hall move-in day. Certainly come over and you can help unload some cars if you miss doing that with your children, if you've already done that once. We have the wellness program for students and their families on Sunday morning, and then convocation is in here at 2 o'clock on Sunday. And this is a pinning ceremony and where we take oaths for working with the students. It's a very memorable, special day and ceremony for the family. So faculty come in regalia, so it is a ceremony. I would also remind you, if you forgot your food donations, I saw a number of you saying as you walked up, oh, I forgot to bring mine. If you forgot, you can still bring food donations and take them over to the Student Union. We now are able to store the food, and so we now have the ability to collect donations. So I would just remind you that throughout the year, if you would like to bring over donations, just drop them off over in the Student Union for our food pantry. University Advancement has generously provided a photographer for professional headshots. We would like to get professional headshots for all employees of the university. If you go out and get those yourself, you're going to be spending a few $100s for a professional photographer to do that. So we're set up in the Era Room over in the December Leadership Development Center, and they'll be there from 1 to 5 today. They were there yesterday. If you didn't get it done yesterday, you can do it today between 1 and 5. And if you need any assistance, any questions, Ellie Fergan can assist you. Ellie, where are you now? Here's Ellie. So Ellie will assist you if you have any questions with that. Now, let us begin our year of inspiring excellence and transforming lives. All great beginnings start with food. So we're ready for lunch. There are 4 lines on each side of the room. And Elizabeth and Leslie are going to go around and excuse you by table. So you're not allowed to crash the lines. Listen to their directions. Thank you all very much.